can't hear me. Gotta put my headphones on. Yep. A little bit high. Okay. We have to go there for the mission. But first, let's do this. I'm gonna share my live. I'm gonna share my live.
All the world holds dear is but a backdrop of constant motion. I stand before it, alone and unchanging.
Okay.
Solidify!
Die! Everything that it can against 4 Archon. Yes. I'll be back in a sec. Ah, her hair gets longer.
Time itself is a science. Exactly, but none of them believe me.
Can we play bingo? May I present?
Foraken.
Itself is a science. Exactly.
You're doing great.
Not a lot of people here, huh?
Well, given the time of day...
Right. That's how things are now. The living...
Navia?
Sorry. I just... Malus and Silver... They won't ever come back here again. What should I do, Papa?
Huh? What happened to them?
Everyone agreed on the rescue plan. They were helping evacuate the residents, but they couldn't leave, and I've known them for so... I could at least hold a funeral for my father. And I know where he rests. But as for Malus and Silver, they're just... gone.
Everything looks so clean after it rains. Even the gravestones. I didn't expect that you'd enjoy a glass of red wine in front of Master Callus's grave.
I can understand. Besides, the scenery here isn't half bad.
See, it's not just me. I always want to bring something when I visit Papa. Perhaps we might even have a picnic. He wouldn't be angry, would he?
How could Master ever be upset with you? Yet the cemetery is the...
Buying yourself a plot.
No need yet. But when I
Kind of
do,
lost.
I hope you'll let me be buried beside Master Callus.
Hey, stop.
I'm quite serious.
That makes sense.
I don't
After
get the
all,
story,
besides you,
'cause
Demoiselle, the two...
Personally,
I know, I remember.
I believe we fill those shoes
Okay.
just fine.
Why are you
Come on.
bringing this up all of a sudden? Seriously.
But I'd really prefer not to talk about this stuff. And what do you mean by saving me a trip? I'd make the journey even if I had to visit you two somewhere else.
I'd promised to let them rest in peace here. But here I am,
Were they alive a
I'm
while
sorry.
ago?
for letting you see me in a...
Paimon doesn't know how to help.
I had always thought I'd loosen Silver. I'm so...
You can spend as much time as you need here, Navia.
By the way, you can have a look at this.
Oh, Benna, so...
It's okay. The overall outcome indicates that the cost...
Right! Malusens...
You're right. What you said just...
Oh!
Seems you've become more eloquent in the time since we last
Right.
met.
The knave?
Is everything going well on your side?
Yes, my people are carrying out the mission according to... As for these supplies, we have everything taken care of. There is no need to worry.
Thank you very much.
Wait, do you two know each other?
We just met recently. Right, Miss Navia?
Usually, I would call this a coincidental encounter. But that doesn't quite fit this time. Thanks to the Knave, Spina di Rosula received generous support from the Fatui, which allowed us to complete...
Mutual aid is essential to fostering positive developments. We were already in the area, in any case, so it was nothing. That said, I must say that you're a lot sharper than you let on. I'm sure you understand what I mean.
I apologize for all the ways in which I tested you previously. We've never... My subordinates have reported that Fatui soldiers have been observing water levels and taking head counts and...
This is nothing to brag about, nor do I intend to. It is simply the way of powerful organizations to act forcefully, whether they are doing good or ill. As I've told this traveler before, I know of the prophecy, and I intend to prevent. Lending your organization a hand was a natural first step in accomplishing.
Without your help, there would have been many more
Oh,
casualties.
she's a pyro
I won't
character.
forget your kindness.
She's gonna be good.
Furthermore, I sincerely regret what happened to Malus and Silver. I only...
Don't say that. As Paimon's... I've never let...
You're right. Water is life to Fontaine's people, and it also spells disaster.
So, you're one who...
Of course. That is why I'm going to Hotel Bouffe de Thé. I still have some things to take care of. By the way, traveler, Paimon, one more thing.
Alright, then we'll just...
That is a clever and useful conversation technique, which I do like to use when necessary. Traveler, I'm sure you remember that I said we could work together when we You and I both know that there may be issues with the Primordial Sea. Previously, it was the Fortress of Merope. Indeed. Allow me to share the latest intel I've received during some recent investigations. a child claimed to have discovered some ruins near Poisson. The ruins date back to ancient times and seem to be worth investigating in many. Judging by the dating of the ruin, my people initially came to prepare for ruin exploration. Unexpected.
So that's why the Fatui were.
I wanted to take the children along, but unfortunately, Linny, Lynette, and Fremine have all been dispatched to higher ground to assist. Linny told me that outside of the house, the person they trust most is you. Which is why I want to give you this task. The House of the Hearth's members see each other as family, but Linny, Lynette, and Fremine said that they also see you. I'm sure you already understand how earnest they can—
Oh, that's...
The intel I just shared about the ruins could fetch a high price. But since the children consider you family, it's only
Got it! So all we gotta do is go to some ruins.
Excuse me, but may I tag along?
You wish to join, Miss Navia?
But are you sure you're up to
Well, there's no point. Besides,
Since you put it that way, all right. The
Okay, let's...
Okay, wait. Before we do anything, we gotta make sure that this. On HP because this is not her. Crit damage. Crit damage. Bad. He needs to have crit damage. that? This takes so long. That's good.
Shine down! Torn to oblivion!
Share my knowledge.
Shower me with praise!
This is order.
Let my name echo in song! There is no escape!
She stays in this. Yay, mining. switch. Let's see. Oh yeah. Different person. Different icon. She's level 19. Oh no, what we have to do. We're out of money. The money. The money. We have the money.
So, are these the ruins the knave was talking about? Whoa, talk about old.
They seem to be pretty ancient, all right.
Let's go in and have a look.
Just be careful.
Strike a pose!
I see everything.
Solidify!
Illusion shattered! Now you shall perish!
Leader of the group.
Watch it. The floor here isn't safe.
May I present?
Stabilize!
Shine down!
sure there's no box. Nothing.
This place has also been contaminated by primordial seawater.
Yeah. And a lot of it, too. A Fontainian would most likely dissolve the moment they fell.
Right! You can't go down if there's primordial seawater. It's too dangerous and it won't be any help for you. Don't get my mind wrong. We're not...
No, you're right. I can't do anything. That complicates things.
In that case...
I'll go together with you. Perhaps we'll find the exit.
All right. Oh no, it's a dead end! Let's try climbing over
Would have
from the
been
side.
easier if we had the Wanderer.
Gather!
Wait! There's something wrong with this bridge! Run for it!
Demoiselle?
Huh?
Demoiselle, what are you doing here by yourself?
Maybe she just...
Oh.
Yes, it would appear so.
That's quite possible.
Oh. This is a...
Is something the matter, Dem?
Oh, no, I was just trying...
Do you remember?
We were headed...
Ah, right.
Oh, Miss Navia. Ah, Mr. Malus. And Mr. Silver, too.
How...
I've been great. They were knocking at my...
Sometime.
Oh, yes, Miss Navia. These are some flower seeds that I prepared. Please take them. I don't know what...
Did you...
Why, we can have as many pots as you'd like, Demoiselle.
Perfect. In that case, we'll swap out some of the decorative plants.
Very well.
Wait, excuse me.
That's right.
No, it's nothing. I've heard... And why are there so few people around here?
We must mind the time.
We do...
Well, now,
Miss Navia, here you are.
My trial?
Yes, she's right, Demoiselle. It's just a...
Oh?
Look, it's Navia!
And her two attendants are with her. Goodness, everyone's finally here.
There sure are a lot of people here to see the trial. And they all seem to be oddly... Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen. Where? And as for the judge... huh?
please sit in the defendant.
All right. But...
Typically, it...
Hey, what kind of place do they think this is?
Come on, do they have...
Enough with the...
My dear Miss Navi, as all here know, you, after you took not only you... yes, correct. We are one big, therefore...
Huh?
Well...
How?
I know all these people. Why are they laughing?
I see.
Wait just a moment. This isn't right!
Malus?
What was that, Mr. Malus? Our conclusion is very clear and unanimous. Let the court judge her now. She—
Stay here, Navia! You're one of—
Demoiselle, don't admit guilt. This trial means to—
I wish to exercise my right to defend Our Lady. Mistress Rob—
She was born a free—
Her actions, please do not mistake—
Really? As an individual, you say? Don't forget, we are all Fontainians here. Even if everything is— Now I speak for everyone. Our opinion is consistent. Navia should stay.
And you would call this justice? Have you forgotten how much you all—
Do you mean—
If your justice is—
As you said, we can also have our own justice. And that—
My head.
Demoiselle!
Silver. I remember now. Everything that seemed Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen, and Mr. Giverny and Mrs. Burnett, who we met earlier. Even Malus and Silver. I don't want to admit it, but they're all dead.
Don't be afraid.
Absurd! Who are you to say that? Don't let them
Mr. Malus and Mr. Silver, must you be so stuck? How could the two of you possibly hope to stand against the collective? Do not resist. This judgment is fair and just. Navia belongs to us. After all that happened, she should not be left alone in Poisson.
What are you saying?
No more excuses!
He says we're jealous. Jealous? How could she possibly?
What's with these people? Who's jealous of her?
She belongs to us.
Miss Nav.
Silence.
That's...
Monsieur Neuvillette!
Such commotion is prohibited. The court will adjourn.
Our thanks.
Please leave with me.
But
Go on now, demoiselle. This is your—
Malus.
My apologies. I couldn't resist making one little joke once I realized that—
Malus, Silver.
Quickly, you must come now.
Goodbye, demoiselle.
Farewell.
No, wait! Just a second!
Navia?
You're awake. Good.
I must have been dreaming. Malus and Silver were still alive, and they were—
It looks like you're all right.
Did all the sad feelings cause you to have a nightmare?
The ruins you were exploring suffered a cave-in. When I arrived, I found you falling toward the water. You were just about to be dissolved within, but I...
What is it?
I think I saw two Oceanids protecting you. It was only for a moment, perhaps even a fraction of a second, but they gave me the chance to retrieve you. Were it not for their intervention, I would not have been able to rescue you before your consciousness...
Wait, did you say Oceanids? You mean like what happened with Vacher?
Perhaps those two Oceanids were the people you saw.
I always told them that they didn't have to protect me.
Please come with me.
Poisson.
Neuvillette, are you okay?
Oh, I am quite all right.
Why do you look so— Oh, Paimon knows.
I merely thought...
Huh? Why did—
I suppose so. Ah, Sigewinne. I hope all is well with...
No way!
I see.
Oh, and the—
Thank you. I have...
He still doesn't know what to talk about. This isn't going anywhere.
Yes, in fact. I had arranged to meet amid my...
Yeah, we—
I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting like that. I'm feeling much better now. I guess we should get going again. Will you come with us, Monsieur Neuvillette?
Yes, if you wouldn't mind my company.
All right! Another one joins the party! Let's get going then!
Dada Kondala.
Oh no, another unstable path. Watch your step.
Broad.
Watch out! There are rocks falling over here!
Let the world collide!
Seems we're almost at the top. Keep it up!
There's
no escape!
Solidify!
The show begins!
Inazuma shines eternal! Shine down!
Gather!
Looks like we've reached the end.
This is the place. There should not be any other hidden spaces.
The path sure had some twists and turns, but it turns out that this place isn't actually that big.
Stone slates. It seems like they were put here as an offering.
Perhaps we should just leave them be for now.
There are 4 locations in total, but only 3 stone slates. The slate that should be in the first empty spot is
The surrounding walls also show signs of damage.
There's something written below. Let Paimon see.
It feels like someone left these slates and these words here for a purpose.
That would fit the circumstances dictated by...
There's a person kneeling here. She seems so dedicated. And there's a whole bunch of other people behind her doing the same.
And is that Lady Farina in the third image? Did the Hydro Archon fall into the water?
And Is that a ring of people around her?
The fourth image. I know this one. This exactly matches the content of the prophecy.
The people will all be dissolved into... More information should be hidden in these slates, but I fear I cannot easily uncover it. Most likely due to us missing the first...
Don't blame yourself, Mr.
Ooh, Paimon's getting the chills just looking. This says that it's...
I really hope it doesn't mean...
Still...
That's right! If the images are in chronological order, shouldn't the fourth, the waters drowning Fontaine, come before the third? Where the high...
And yet the order is reversed here.
If we go by timing...
Egeria, then. I had never met her, but her appearance here does match the previous Archon kneeling before the floating island in the skies, as if
Did she herself commit that sin? And also, I'm still wondering why these ancient stone slates are here at all.
But who would have created these slates?
It seems that any further clues will have to come from Farina.
In that case, there's no time to lose. There's nothing else...
Yeah, we better get somewhere safe for now.
Let's split up here.
You still have energy?
I'll depart as well. Thanks for your hard work, Traveler. I will go talk to Farina tomorrow morning to ask. I'm sure that you're concerned about this matter as well. If you have time, drop by my office.
Are you really gonna talk to...
She has long...
Alright.
I will be careful.
Traveler, Paimon, our safe house at the Fleuve Cendre is always open to you, as ever. All right.
We're finally back!
Welcome back.
Yay! And there's good... Paimon's already starting to...
Oh, that voice. Is that who I think it is?
Huh?
Mona.
It's you two. What are you...
Mona?
Seriously, nobody just uses a scry glass whenever they've got...
Still, we didn't expect to see you here. Wait, you're not a Fontainian, are you?
Well, I have some business to attend to here, so I booked a hotel in the city. Why did you think I was from Fontaine, though? Is that because Magistus doesn't sound much like a Mondstadter surname?
Yeah, let's go.
Well, I used to have my own surname, which was, well, some other thing. Either way, the old hag told me when she took me as her disciple that the first step to being a... There was nothing for it, really. She really is amazing at astrology, so...
It isn't?
Nope. Although it is used by us in place of surnames, it...
Wow! Imagine!
I reckon so. In any case, I'd give my disciple a name like this as well, if I were to take one. Astromancer Barbeloth Trismegistus.
Whoa, that's a long...
My name means Mona the Great Astrologist. As for the old hag, hers is, in plain speech, the thrice as great Scholar of the Stars. Just
thrice as great? That's so... petty.
I know, right? That's just how she is. She used to call herself Magistus, actually, but when she took me in, she changed her name to Trismegistus.
Talk about obsessed.
Magistus is thus the calling card of our school, so to speak.
That sounds terrible! But anyway, you're not Fontainian, are you, Mona? You're from Mondstadt, right?
Well, I was born in Mondstadt, yes. My parents migrated to Dornman Port, and I traveled with the old hag for a while.
Oh, that's a good thing then. At least we know you won't be dissolved by Fontaine's water.
Speaking of that, I'm sure you're aware that a bunch of things have happened here in Fontaine, right? I know you're not a local, but I'd avoid getting too close to any water that looks strange all the same. There's something ominous about it. Well, the water, I mean. That was the main reason, yes. Just a while back, the Steambird invited me to. The invitation was sent quite early on. I don't think anyone expected Fontaine to be in this much trouble.
What do you make of that prophecy?
What I can tell you is that I'm an astrologist, and that this prophecy concerns the fate of Fontaine, even that of all Teyvat. Ascertaining that, I'm afraid that this is not something that just anyone can do. If I could do it, you would no longer call me an astrologist, but a visionary. But on the flip side, the prophecy is so huge and powerful that it must surely come from a powerful visionary. Its contents involve the fate of the world.
A visionary? Sounds really...
Of course. The old hag could do it, and I'd bet there are others amongst those Hexenzirkel colleagues of hers who could do something
Thanks, Mona!
Oh, well.
That's the greatest...
Indeed.
Oh, sorry. I came to see what all the commotion was about. If there's anything you need, do not hesitate.
Oh, whoops. Guess we were getting a little too carried away there. Well, I'll go tend to my own business now. If I receive any new...
And there she goes, quick as rushing water. And here we are. Right, but we were able to recruit... Good morning. To be honest, I'm still feeling kind of... But it's time to get up.
Just make a wish. We don't have enough.
You're here!
It's...
Monsieur Neuvillette and Lady Farina, they seem to have gotten it...
Like I said, I've already explained everything!
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space for excuses between us. It is not my intention to offend you, but please, tell me where you stand. You are the Hydro Archon Focalor, are you not? Look at this. This is a list of the victims from the recent Poisson incident.
You mean...
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster, and I will not have it happen again. I will say this once more. You must tell me everything you know. Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near Poisson. Do you know anything about those?
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't know anything about that. But you found them in some...
That's correct, which is why I came to ask you some questions. There should have been 4 slates, but one of them was missing. The other 3 featured different images that seemed to correlate to the prophecy.
The prophecy?
The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky, as if confessing something. Do you know nothing of this either?
I don't. I've never seen such slates.
I'll ask you again. Do you really have no information regarding the previous Archon? My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize for, a certain sin. If anyone would know about it, it should be you.
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really so strange that I know nothing? I understand your concerns, but I'm sorry.
I just don't have anything to tell you.
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Farina, but I have long known of your various secret investigations into certain matters. There are several indications that you have been investigating the prophecy on the sly. This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is strange that you should also claim to not know any of Egeria's secrets, as well as do nothing following your inquiries. You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool. And yet, your behavior is very inconsistent.
So you've been watching me all this time, have you? I didn't think you were that type. Well, since you know about my secret investigations, then you should know I'm actually working to take care of it. There's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eudix, but you're still my subordinate. You should be following my lead. Just trust in me. You're Archon, and do as I say. Never mind that's all I have to say. We do not discuss this matter again. Oh, the opera's about to start. Toodles!
Did Farina not notice us standing by the door? Wonder what's up with her. She was smiling. Huh. She didn't seem in the mood to care if we were listening in or not.
I assume you've been outside for a while now?
Oh! You noticed! Seems Farina didn't even realize we were here.
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Our discussion reached impasses. Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis for Everyone in her inner circle has noticed that she is hiding some secret. The issue is her attitude. I fear that we may have to create a situation in which she will have no choice but to speak.
Oh?
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial. Perhaps we must have the Hydro Archon experience just...
But Farina's seen so many trials, and she's really good at dodging questions.
We will need to consider this thoroughly, join forces with If at all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from... This may be cruel to her, but all Fontaine is in crisis. The information a god possesses is too precious, and so we must take a check. But who will lend us their aid to do...
Well, that's Speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Poisson was just involved in a disaster, so it's
And here you are, drinking tea.
That's what family should...
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know? Care for...
Lend me your ears, everyone. Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about you, friend?
Me?
Then, how about you, good...
I fear that I will cause the mood on this boat to become as...
Well then, I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things.
That was a little long-winded, don't...
Oh, you might be right. Anyway, to cut to the chase, our friend... As for what that is, well... let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts together to create a series of traps.
Oh?
Well, it's just an
Huh? Didn't you say that you...
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good chance...
I see.
He is glad that you consider him your boss.
In that case, do any of you have experience hunting?
Not that I recall.
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger.
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have heard, but Fontaine once played host to a group known as the Marechaussee Hunters. Though that was their name, they did not hunt animals. Today, Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society, taking up arms in other lines of work. A trap comprises of the following components. Bait. So, If we were to...
For me, I would prefer something basket-shaped. Our line of...
You use some of those techniques while...
Yes, and
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit.
And I can be there
with discretion.
I remember that you...
I did. And that would be a good way to...
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
I feel...
That makes sense. You usually solve problems directly, but I do have one more question. If we were to create a trap now...
Would like for...
Kind as all... If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, that also goes for...
Wait, why is that?
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it. The line that divides...
So are...
We hadn't thought...
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunt... But we shall require much more courage...
Oh, so that...
Someone needs my help.
May I present?
Right now, I wish I was sitting at the top of a tree, looking out over a meadow, cider in hand.
Being too popular can be such a hassle. Who knew the people would adore me so much?
Sure, I'll play you another tune, but it'll cost you an apple.
This opportunity is quite hard to come by. Well then, amuse me. Surrender is a valid option. I promise I'll be gentle. That's far enough. Guess I should take you more seriously. Bow your head.
Dare to mess with me? Huh. Ears of the storm. Well,
The wind rises.
You're cut above.
State your business here. State your business here.
This opportunity is quite hard to come by. Well then, amuse me. Surrender is a valid option. I promise I'll be gentle.
Time to shine!
Possibly. You've made some progress. Not bad. You've got a trick or two.
I swear by my sword! Make yourself a move! Everyone hold hands! How dare you! Time for takeoff! Let the world collide!
You're cut above.
The show begins!
Illusion shattered. Shine down!
Just when will work resume?
It's pouring out here! Oh, wait, the water levels aren't rising, are they? The sun feels almost as hot as those studio lights I'm in front of all the time. Good thing there can only be one sun.
Bow your head. Silence! The tides beckon. Bow your head.
Wouldn't good. Shower me with praise! Let my name echo in song!
Silence!
May I present?
Settle down!
Oh, brilliant!
Bow your head. Solidify! Settle down! Stabilize! Be sanctified. Silence!
Stabilize!
Bow your head.
Solidify!
Settle down. Silence!
I didn't know you were such a slacker.
Strike a pose! See? Don't give up! Shower me with praise! Time to shine!
That was unexpected.
The show begins!
Silly churl, Billy churl.
It's been a tough few days at... Paimon thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Fremine was, now that Paimon thinks... it's hard to say. After all, you're the most reliable did you just port the... Paimon's never seen that...
Don't be frightened. I'm just
Who's that?
Ah, have you forgotten me already?
Wait. You are familiar. You're the voice we heard from the sky in Sumeru.
The voice from the sky, I fear that description is wrong. You're feeling lost now, just as you were feeling previously. I sensed that confusion and thus came to you. Consider me a passerby, just accepting a commission from my friend's disciple. The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
What? Then is there any way we can stop it?
I believe you have witnessed a failed attempt with your own eyes. Can everything in Teyvat so easily be changed? Ah, so you've caught on. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Are the things that you shall see different from the fate?
What is she talking about?
I believe that you understand, right? Some things are insignificant. Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Teyvat's future. This was good tea, by the way. Thank you for your hospitality.
The voice. Hey, it's you who's...
Well, I see I've walked in on some lively banter.
Mona!
Fine, just fine. Not all Fontainians are pessimistic about this. One journalist mentioned that sitting around and waiting for the end to come would be wrong, and that they should make their own rescue preparations.
Did she have pink?
Why, yes! It was Charlotte. You remember, I'm in full support of her view. Prophecies are very important, but...
That's right!
Ah, yes. About... Huh? Goodness gracious. Are you serious?
She said that even the god's gaze has blind spots. Pretty bold if you ask Paimon. Most people would believe the gods to be all-knowing, right?
The Hexen Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary. As for the mage named N, the old hag has mentioned her a few times. She said that N's sense of direction is incredible, but I've never met her. And if she were still alive, she'd be... well, suffice it to say that the hag's at least a few hundred now, and N's been around for longer than that.
Whoa. The Hexen Circle sounds like a scary group.
Their abilities alone are pretty terrifying. If she came to see you personally, then the problem you're facing must truly...
Well, it's not like Paimon could understand any...
Yes, she was quite cryptic, but I suspect she means that there is still a way to turn things around. Perhaps it is something that you cannot know. Traveler, Paimon?
Oh, we're fine.
I see. I guess you could consider me someone who has often witnessed, but even so, perhaps that's what N was trying to tell you. I did originally think of steering clear of all this, but I couldn't.
Huh. You do have a point.
It was worth trying to, I suppose.
Paimon feels kind of moved by what Mona said. Hey, Traveler. Let's walk around the city, shall we? There's a few spots we always like to walk by. Huh? Let Paimon see! The underwater stronghold, the Fortress of Meripede, has continued. My recent attempts to enter the fortress. Thus, did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report? A blind adventurer with their white fairy, legends trail. So while the fortress's interior remains a journalist, Charlotte took so many awesome photos of us, and she hasn't been able to get a hold of anything at the fortress, so seriously? We're here! Hey, quick! Look! That's the limited edition, only 6. It was so delicious the last time.
One slice of cake, please.
Someone showed up after all. Oh, wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia.
Oh, are you here to buy cake too? It seems Monsieur Nervalette was right. You really can eat.
Wait, did he really say?
That's right. Even he has his own preferences when it comes to food.
Do you come here often?
Usually every day.
Every day?
It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work. I shall have my cake and coffee.
Then what if someone told you one day that this place would be closing soon?
But why would it close?
Well...
Oh, the prophecy. To be honest, I haven't paid much attention to that. No. Still, even if there'd be no more cake tomorrow, that wouldn't keep... No. It's the same for eating in general.
Huh.
Don't be sad. Excuse me, could I have... These 2 slices are for you. Sijuin said that this kind of expression you're making is what humans call...
Oh, you know Sijuin?
I sure do. She was born before me, and she sometimes comes to the surface to teach us things about... She said that humans are creatures that are sad and ease. I've got something else to do, so...
And there she goes. All right, let's dig in. Paimon...
That looks like carrot cake.
It's more delicious. Sure would be nice if we could always eat delicious. office. Let's go look for Charlotte and have a chat.
Wow! If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon!
Ha! You've got some nerve! You just used us to make some quick mora!
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I heard that you were in Poisson some time back, so I sent you a letter to discuss just that. It's all right, though. I've set aside the amount intended for you. I've even...
Really?
You're almost...
Oh, Paimon...
Still, what brings you here all of a sudden?
When Mona mentioned you, we thought of coming to...
I see. It seems you've already bumped it. So she mentioned me? What did she say?
She said that you're a real dude.
Nice.
Huh? So your article...
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was...
Yeah. Are we...
Why not?
Oh.
Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid. Ooh, so much...
Wait, Charlotte. Paimon's still got a question for you.
And what's that?
If... Just for example...
Huh. That's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? If you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist first. From what I've seen, most people don't know what they do. So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that. Just think about it. If this nation... And then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that... I'm not a dreamer, but anyway...
That's... so not... Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we? The sea breeze and scenery can be a pretty Paimon's been thinking. If it wasn't Fontaine... No, Paimon... We've always been moving to the next step. You mean... still traveling? Huh. Feels like he'll grow more, but it's still better.
Ah, so the two of you are still here.
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermonia, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Isadora. Not at all. Yes, and...
All right.
Well, that Lady Farina was watching a performance at the Opera House. And while she was resting, loudly accusing her of doing nothing about the prop. And before she could respond, others started to join it. The crowd continued to grow and protest against the Hydro Archons.
So people have started to put the blame on Farina. Guess they finally found an outlet.
I agree. People will naturally rely on gods, as is customary. But the moment people feel threatened, gods are also the first to be blamed.
So what happened after that is Farina...
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control and that further argument was pointless, the Marechaussee Phantom had their hands full maintaining order and did not catch where Lady Farina had...
So...
That's right. The Marechaussee has dispatched many people to search for her. That said, I don't think there's much to worry about. She is a god, after all. Even if she were to fall into the hands of rioters, what could ordinary people good? Monsieur Nervillet sent me to tell you about the situation.
Don't worry, this is more...
Is that so?
Well, sounds like we should hurry over to Poisson then. If we know Farina, and as we all... When Nervillet was... It would be hard for her to ignore... Paimon thinks Farina's probably taken the opportunity to slip away... Huh! Well, what do you think? In that case, there's no... This place looks deserted. Guess all the survivors must have evacuated already. All that's left here are signs of devastation. Could Farina really be here? Let's try to find her as soon as possible. Ah, that's Farina, right over there. Mm-hmm.
Should I just give up? What was meant to happen did happen after all. Everyone's... I'm sorry. I am so sorry. Give up. I'm sorry. But what can I even do? Who's that?
Don't worry, Farina. It's just...
So it is you, blonde traveler from another land. Why, I almost thought you were someone from that mob of my
Farina, you were...
what do you mean, dear? Who did that uncivilized... They even dare to tout their Archon! I must teach them a lesson. Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette and those people from the Maréchaussée Phantom are freaking out right next to them, too.
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there! Quick, after her!
Farina, those people seem to be after you.
They are? They're just some rabid That's against the rule.
Farina just ran off! Quick, we have to catch up with her! This should be the place, right? Hey, Farina! There's a good hiding spot over here. Quick, come to Paimon before the rest of them catch up to you.
What is this place?
Hurry, they're almost...
Fine. I suppose haste is...
She died.
No, I mean, I merely gave in to...
Yep, that's it.
What's happening?
Yeah.
It can't be.
Well, there's no need to...
Yeah, but the people of Poisson... It's true. I've been investigating the prophecy for I once had informants all over Teyvat, searching for... I've tried all kinds of ways, too, to hold back the sea. Anything, but all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. Really, we cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way. Give up. Indeed. I've thought about giving up so many times. Fate is really but just now, it all became clear to me. As long as the final moment, don't worry. I will keep hope alive for everyone. Well, that's enough for now. Don't take any of what I just said seriously. How could I possibly...
Come on! Paimon could have...
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fate. A witness. Yes. I've heard that you came to Teyvat from beyond the stars. And if Teyvat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage...
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance. Now, without further ado, we may proceed to the trial of our god.
So this is what it is. Yes, you deserve praise for the effort you took to raise the dramatic stakes. Do not forget, however, that I am Focalor, the god of justice, the embodiment of justice itself. Does it not strike you as even the—
May I interpret these words as your refusal? In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
You would draw your blade against a god? I see. It seems like you have made up your mind.
Paimon can't believe it.
What the heck is going on?
Wow, how utterly—
Lady Farina, what is the meaning?
Shh! It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding.
Looking for excuses again?
I raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. I will admit that I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable— You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. But now, it is time for— I, Farina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice! This time, I will protect you. Applaud and rejoice. Mark my words. This shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine. The trial of the Hydro Archon, Focalor, will now begin!
Woohoo! Oh, no. Why does it feel like Farina just took over the whole thing? Like, come on! Didn't she just get forced to stand trial? Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic—
All right, then. Who will—
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Is that so? Very well. Also, please allow me to ask, just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of—
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates. They changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience members. The people's resentment against their Archon, moreover, according to our understanding, so we arranged for a
So, you mean— the ones who scoured the settlement for me were also—
And their goal was to force you to
That's right.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Araneas. Was an Archon instead of a human. My thanks, Farina. Without your help, we— Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of We had to select a location, construct—
So, in other words, the earthquake that we felt within the—
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster.
Then, I can guess Nervilette and Cloran— You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for a fight. Also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence with—
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage. Only the most outstanding champion duelist in all of Fontaine would accept— As for you, Traveler, I suppose your role— You'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived— Oh? Is that so? Then I suppose... It's fine. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through.
This thing again.
Sir Prosecutor, please allow me to This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied.
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too. Oh, let Paimon see. Wait, then that means this document is a perfect... So in other words, we can refer to this. Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, all right?
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duels you took part in at the Opera House. That's one for the history books, all right. I didn't think that you'd wind up getting to the bottom of the case I'd been following all this time. I guess you could also see this as a happy coincidence. This is the first time Monsieur Neuvillette had a difference of opinion with the Oratrice. Even the Hydro a Fatui Harbinger. She's an extraordinary person. Her instinct must mean something. The fortress of Meripede was almost destroyed in a single day. That I didn't witness that scene personally will always be a... According to Monsieur Neuvillette, both Child and that whale should have been in the primordial sea at that time. I nearly lost my awesome friend Navia. The words of someone as extraordinary as a witch can probably only be truly understood when something surreal happens to you.
The prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
Oh, come on. Just fast forward to the part where the Of course. It is only...
That's true. But my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon. Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Wait, what was that? Lady Farina's a fraud?
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking her duty, but did I hear that right?
Charge accepted. Lady Farina, do you plead... Lady Farina.
I plead not guilty. There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Farina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything...
Yeah, even though Lady
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Farina can be...
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There would be no fooling this. See? Even the Oratrice has decided to show me its favor. Are you sure you want to commit to a charge that will never be upheld? If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you...
An argument with near impossible odds, huh?
Well, I tried to give you the chance. And if I was not the Archon...
That doesn't sound right. First of all, you may be a member of another long-lived...
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low.
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse. But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
You sensed it too, huh, Neuvillette?
Lady Farina is actually a human?
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart just by looking.
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. Gods can do what humans cannot. That for centuries, one need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house, or
against the Oratrice. But weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared Child to be guilty without any proof? Otherwise, you should—
Didn't I make myself clear at the time?
Lady Farina, I believe a reminder while the court is in session, you will prove yourself unable—
I never thought you'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Farina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court.
So, you neither knew why Child was instead of having been
the real Hydro Archon. Well, now you're really— It is true that I did not know why the Oratrice handed out that You can't—
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like—
My power as an Archon. There are many
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend—
You don't need to go that far.
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro, much less the authority of a god?
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons Thus did I give up all of my—
Isn't that?
Yeah, no matter how generous—
It seems like nobody's buying Farina's excuse.
Hey, come now, everyone! Please, I'm still the same Farina, please. You've got to—
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really has committed a—
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our— Enough! That's enough. Tell me then, if I'm not if you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone who can—
Wow, she came— That doesn't sound right. That doesn't— It has been established.
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate—
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court. Though you act in partnership with the prosecutor, you must still adhere to proper procedure.
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice. I swear this now. I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, a massive flood struck the area not long ago, including those— So, Miss Farina, would you dare to touch some of this seawater? If we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching this seawater would have no effect on you. All it should do is— But if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people dissolve. I do hope you'll act prudently and choose this—
Navia from the Spina di Rasula. The Spina has governed Poisson for many years. I guess her—
If Lady Farina—
Lady Farina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basic.
She's just staring at the water with—
What's going on? Is she really planning to—
Due to the inherent risk of the test, lady.
Hey! I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! My hand is still here!
believe me now. I really am your Archon. I'm nothing like a normal human who would fall apart as soon as they touch this water. Really?
Miss Siegewin? If you're present, Miss Siegewin, please come forward and attend to—
Siegewin?
Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds. Let me see. That should be enough.
Please announce the results of your evaluation to the court, Miss Siegewin.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Farina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin. These indicate that she was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed to primordial seawater.
Thank you, Miss Siegewin. Lady Farina.
Oh, wait. What did she just say? I didn't get dissolved. Shouldn't that—
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, however, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. We don't want anyone else to lose—
Yeah, so out of regard for Farina's life, you secured a low-concentration sample and asked the head nurse to serve as a— It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used. Farina could have—
I can't believe you— Listen to me, everyone. Please think about it. How can— Also, if I was really just a human— Please, everyone, anyone, just listen to me. I swear, I really am your Archon.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone.
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's—
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone who's two-stepped against her now.
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Farina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Farina is guilty. We shall now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale to render the final verdict on the charges. According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Farina is...
Well, what's wrong?
No. The Oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
Isn't that correct, then?
However, the exact wording of the verdict to be punished via the death sentence.
That's actually one of the available sentences? I've always thought that it was just—
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court. And it's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the god of justice?
Farina's been sentenced to death by the Oratrice? We just wanted to use the trial to show her—
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current is this sentence really appropriate for the crime?
Yeah! Even Fache wasn't sentenced to death by the Oratrice.
Indeed. Not only is Farina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that Farina has never been the Hydro Archon in the first place. But now, the Aura Tree seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon. What does this...
Excuse me, if I may interrupt. Is the trial still going?
Fremine! You finally made it.
Mm-hmm. Any mission, Father.
Is that the first prophecy slate? Huh. So the knave privately arranged for Frem-
I looked everywhere, but has the trial already concluded?
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow... Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates. Would like...
Huh? So what do you see? What is...
I believe I've now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with...
Huh? Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no. So when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been...
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
Okay, let's try to recall the contents of the The first stone slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power, and then the Does that mean that Fontainians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, Paimon wasn't expecting that. The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together. But this must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontainians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the third slate shows the Hydro Archon? That reminds me. Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontainians have been talking about. We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first. That doesn't sound quite right. That doesn't sound quite...
It's not as simple. When Navia, the stones...
That doesn't... That doesn't...
The prophecy from the stone... The fortress of Meropide, if we hadn't dealt with it in... Perhaps what is about to take place has all happened before. The true sin of the Hydro Archon that Nervalet mentioned, and the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine by Celestia. We know from the case of the serial disappearances of, and the first, this might be the reason.
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater. Converge. The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court. Shocking. Navia fell into the water inside. The eruption of the primordial sea. The prophecy's contents can all be verified by recent...
Let's hear them.
Incredible.
We're not real humans.
All Fontainians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon, with Oceanids as their basis. The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontainians could dissolve in primordial seawater, and how all the girls Vacher dissolved were also turned into Ocean. Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered.
Indeed.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably angered Celestia by creating humans without prior permission. That could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's
The Hydro Archon's true sin was creating us?
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese.
Yeah, so wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophet? In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Oh, did Paimon get all that right?
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, however, while you were able to decode all the information on the... When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make...
What?
I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontainians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both correct. In the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land. The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind. However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the seven, did not possess the authority to create a new form of human life. Not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanids' blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process. But if Fontainians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be reverted to their original forms as Oceanids. Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race. And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into being.
So we were all Oceanids before we turned into human beings?
That's way too much information for me. Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all, her only sin was creating us.
This really might be too...
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the third and... A key point of the visual on the third slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans, rather than they have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of trials and justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the scene symbolizes judgment and justice. You may also recall Navia's experience. Therefore, the meaning that the people of Fontaine shall try the... Yes, it refers to our present situation.
I think I'm following now. In truth,
what should we do?
Huh. No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled.
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the fourth slate will also be fulfilled soon?
Traveler, I would like to point out another small... About the fourth slate. You probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Merope... However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that it... As for the root cause of the catastrophe...
Okay.
This eruption was just a small warning of the things to come.
It was both dream.
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only be that thing inside the primordial...
The truth, the original sin.
That was way too close! How did that thing just burst into the Opera House? Wait, was that the huge whale you saw?
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it has chosen to make an appearance here. That whale does not belong to Teyvat. It is a monster that has traversed the stars, weeping all the while. It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. That is the... And once it has finished consuming all of the energy
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontainians out of Oceanids, she filled their...
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontainians nigh impossible to resist. Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food. Food in the form of Fontainians.
We just barely managed to push it back, right?
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us some time. Without him, the whale would have likely come onto land far sooner. From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite a long time.
That battle maniac. We've always known that he had a special connection with that whale, but we definitely did. Anyway, now that we know that...
It is too late. It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it. Even if the entirety of Teyvat were to be destroyed.
That's not so... We've already done everything we can, and we even found the true culprit. We've come so far.
Indeed. That's not how a grand...
I'll fight it to the end.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners? Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide.
no matter what will happen in Teyvat's future.
Very nice.
What's happening with the oratories?
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
Farina! No, I still need answers.
You...
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing. I couldn't help myself.
You are not Farina. Who are you?
The sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question, I am Focalor. You know, the god.
Focalor. Why did you deceive us?
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving the heavenly principles.
Deceiving the heavenly principles?
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded. One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hydro Archon Egeria for the uninitiated. It hardly gets more disastrous than a preordained national catastrophe, now does it? She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass. And as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril. So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in. I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one possible solution to this confounding conundrum. I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving everyone at the same time. I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor. Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon, and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans, I dare say she left me quite a colossal mess to clean up. But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's hand?
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known. After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being. The me you see before you now is that divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind, I named Farina. She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as she wished. Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess, as were her shortcomings. But in my eyes, Farina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person I always wanted to be. Anyway, so then I cursed her. All part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly principles. Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? The Hydra Archon alone, weeping on her throne. In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Farina to be an actress, to play the part of the Hydro Archon in the prophecy. Under the curse I placed on her, so long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of happiness. Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass. I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
But Farina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being. I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure. It must have been torture for her.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology for it. It's been 500 years, and all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all time.
Sure, she's been playing a god for 5,000 years. That's a long time. But she's not she's not human. She's still a god. She lived that long, 5,000 years. Freaking died. Me here.
Oh, who permitted you to come onto this stage? Now, I understand your admiration for my august self, but I must ask you... All right. It is not my intent to reprimand you. There is no need to state your name. Just be off with you. Do not just... I am Focalor, the eyes of count. Dear audience, the performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon enough. Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards! Wait, where are the guards? Guards!
Hey!
Illusion shattered! Now you shall perish!
Farina. Farina.
Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you?
Be not nervous. Be not afraid. I am before you.
Wait a moment. You're... Mirror me? How can this be?
Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's not bad. Let's go with that.
Mirror me. What do you wish to say?
The prophecy. Have you heard of it?
What prophecy? Wait. The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her
Oh.
What's going on? I can't seem to remember anything clearly. The only
Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you. Disaster will come to Fontaine sooner or later. Things will develop just as the prophecy declared.
But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontainian just like them. Will I...
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this I will tell you how to save everyone.
Oh, so there's still hope after. As for the suffering, well, I will admit that the first thing that came to mind was, why do I have to be the one to suffer? But if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? So if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine...
You truly are the perfect human. My ideal. I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs to you.
Huh?
Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play a role. That of the new Archon.
Play as... a god?
That's right. You must begin a never-ending masquerade. You must, if you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But
how will I do this? A human assuming the role of a god.
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. You simply being a human yourself, I'm sure you already know what such an entity would be like. Remember, your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity.
I'm still not sure I understand, but... So, how long am I going
to accomplish this mission? You will have to stay on the stage for many, many years. You will endure and not grow old until your task ends. But I promise you...
A trial, huh?
Can she not run? Oh god, 12.
The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession. But this is... what should I say to most appear like a god? Ladies, I'm sure you've all heard about, in truth, as the god Focalor. Once again, I thought I might stand...
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity...
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest.
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just...
Wait, what's going on? Right. Calm down, Farina. Assertive, with a strong sense... Now, I was wondering if some weak puppet were... Well, you may consider my... Now then!
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were in...
Personality? It's quite shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than before.
Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful! Our future may yet be bright after all.
It seems I've turned them around. My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer... No, this won't work. They'll suspect me again. I must play the role that they want me to play. The scales of may law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. Let us light the fires and there is no trouble in this world that so long as I, the Archon Focalor, stand within the
Lady Farina, here are today's case reports, as well as a summary of the file.
Come now, was I not besides, none of these trials were the one that I'm looking forward to.
If I may be...
A magnificent, dramatic...
That's true,
No need for fright, and do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now to...
Lady Farina, I don't know what to say.
No need to...
All right.
He's...
Lady Farina, here are the latest hydrological reports.
I see. It's as I thought then. As your god, I did all manner. Really?
I'm afraid...
The day is finally over. I haven't had a moment to breathe, but it's good to see that everything's getting on track. There are no longer... Maybe this is fine. All right, Farina, don't think too hard about this.
Lady Farina, here are the new trial reports for the
There'll be no...
Lady Farina, I've...
Indeed, my
Lady Farina, we're detecting significant hydrological anomalies near Poisson.
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me in... I just... don't know when these days will end. I feel utterly exhausted.
She's been doing it for 5,000 years. Might as well seen 5,000.
Lady Farina, it's like a dream being it. I've heard that the first member of
What is it, good citizen?
Are you crying?
This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god whose dominion is the waters.
No wonder. No wonder. A man of...
So interminable. Hundreds of years must have passed by now. Perhaps the show must go on for hundreds more. I never imagined that it would hurt so much. Have I reached my limit? I want to tell someone, anyone, about this. But would that not destroy all I've done so far? I've conducted so many investigations across the centuries. All I can do is keep heart. I must maintain this act.
That long. 5,000,
and it's the only way to save Fontaine. Please, mirror me. You have to succeed.
Where is this? 5.
Farina, you don't have to shoulder this burden alone. Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone.
Share that's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my...
But even if you're burdened, just share it with me.
A witness. And if Teyvat...
He's right. I could confide in him, but if things don't play out as expected... No, Farina. You shouldn't be selfish. But what if... Farina, you've worked so hard for so long.
Bitch,
Surely
so
it would be okay to put yourself first for once.
Bitch,
Is it such an outrageous thing to do anyway? To find someone in whom, if you let this opportunity slip through your fingers, it might never think about it. Long and hard. No, I have nothing to say. All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance.
Fine.
So even Farina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive she did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, Fontaine would have been doomed to the most tragic fate. It seems that trusting humanity was the...
I believe that I understand how your deception works. But that is only... How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine?
Ah, good. Of course, the Iudex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue. I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine, yes?
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Lenny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber. It now seems that that person was you. Hidden within the machine all
And then I became one with the Oratrice, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it? Alas, your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient depth. In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the Oratrice take down the god of justice, it will also take down the divine throne upon which she has been placed. I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while Farina suffered? My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the Oratrice. But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine. The vast majority had to be, accumulated to enact this death sentence.
It was all a part of your plan then? Both the trial and the sentence?
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia, had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored within the Oratrice. But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established by Celestia, and breaking through the institution that is the Seven.
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Farina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon. The destruction of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your intent...
Returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course. In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
But...
Oh, what? Getting sad again, are we? The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this is the face you make.
All you've done throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well my deception worked. Hydro Dragon, don't cry. I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Were they not guilty of essentially the same crime? Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principles stole the power you ancient dragons possessed. I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you? Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence itself. So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontainians as humans and their right to exist in this world would be Fontaine's original justice. In other words, existence was Egeria's justice, and to me, justifying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live at this point. We, Iudex Nervillet, the highest judge in our land, when you regain your full power as an elemental sovereign, what verdict?
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, I see now that, at last, I now understand the true purpose behind this position. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have grown. You are a devious one, Focalor. Things being as they are, surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Nervillet. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
Codex Nouvellette, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
What just happened? Has the death sentence been carried out?
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection? I have a feeling that something huge just happened.
But since we're all still alive and haven't been dissolved, I assume whatever—
It's time to end this. We must mete out punishment to that beast.
Didn't you say just a moment ago that it can't be defeated?
I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. Through certain means, I now have the ability to separate the power of the Primordial Sea from that creature. We should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry. Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me mete out justice. The root of the calamities befalling Fontaine, the beast that enacts the prophecy. Its name is the all-devouring Narwhal. Come with me, traveler. The hour of execution has come. Considering the size of the beast, I cannot reach the power source. Unless we can find a way to attack it from within. I shall share a part of the ancient dragon's power. We shall look for an opening together. Gather! I can feel its sorrow turning into hostility.
I will have order.
Meteor.
Solidify!
Let the world collide!
The all-devouring narwhal cannot resist its instinct to devour. Continue to trigger its hostility. Chance will present itself. I have granted you my protection. Do not fear. Seize the moment and use my power to suppress its root from within.
Yoo-hoo! United, echoing song!
Thanks for helping with the cleanup.
It should have been my job, but... oh well. It was just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime. Well, actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point, but they bumped into one another earlier than I thought. What a blunder. I suppose I'll have to swing my sword 3 million times as penance.
That power. Who are you exactly?
Paimon has an idea. From what she said earlier, she must be Child's master. Skirk, right? It's just that he gave us the impression that she was the less talkative person.
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak. But you, on the other hand, managed to defeat the all-devouring narwhal without using power from beyond this world. So you may speak to me as equals. I have to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal. That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative. It eats too much. And I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting. The only thing that creature has going for it is its looks. All in all, it fails as a pet.
Miss Skirk?
The point being?
Well, being that this pet almost destroyed an entire nation. So what sort of person is your master? Well, Child's master's master.
Oh, right. So you don't know him. His name is Sertologi.
Huh?
I am unfamiliar with that name.
Huh. So Master isn't sufficiently famous. How should I describe him then? Have you heard of the name The Fowl?
The Fowl?
Still nothing? Well, how about the Visionary? Vetterfulnir then? Or Gold Rhindaughter?
Ooh, that one we've heard! Rhindaughter's part of the Hexen Circle. She's Albedo's mom, right?
Oh, so you do know that name. To be honest, I also heard all of those names and titles from my master. I don't actually know them either. But I suppose you understand now, yes? My master is likely a similar sort to Rhindaughter. They are both pursuing some form of perfection.
Wait! Didn't you also mention a visionary person?
Actually, never mind that. I believe it expedient to inform you that the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting you. Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest. As such, the Fontaine back on the surface has most likely been thrown into chaos. In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over should now be in full swing.
What?
Not to worry. Focalor has already managed to deceive the heavenly principles.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Farina will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Hey! Help! Over here!
All hands, initiate emergency rescue!
water's receding!
It's a miracle!
Water's receding.
We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong. The prophecy was wrong!
We're saved! The prophecy was wrong.
The soil renewed. This old soil can skyship with the various people always call the first researcher map. Wow! Paimon barely recognizes the people in the report.
What do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh? The value for these big scoop. Edwin's assistant, Jurier,
Paimon's curious.
and that's exactly.
Are you?
Oh, this time.
Shower me with praise.
Oh, it's you. What bring?
Hey, we're just having a look.
I'm here to update myself.
Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Garunt Snezhevich. He represented the Knave. Our residents are hard at work.
Hello, Miss Charlotte. I'm a big fan of, but if you don't mind,
I get where you're coming from.
that would be fine.
Oh, you're back too. How are things?
We finished laying down the construction material.
Huh? You're here.
Well, her reputation's greatly risen after that whole duel business with Miss Farina. So she's here in Poisson to wait out the heat.
There's too much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson.
Oh, wait just a moment. Do you mind me asking if you...
Forget it. I'm sure you can find a better theme than that, Miss Charlotte.
I see you're the same as always. Couldn't you do me a favor, for Navia's sake?
Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake, you might as...
Of course I will. I'm not gonna let him off that easy. All right, then everyone who wants to be in...
Was it a good shot?
Not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the picture. All right, hang on a moment. Let me snap a few more shots. All right, that should do it. I'll be back here later anyway, so let's call it a day.
You're very quick.
Speed is of the essence. Also, not to
Wow. You really do have that never say die.
I'll hazard a guess that this is how you got that interview at...
Whoa, you're well informed.
That's a...
In truth, all Monsieur Neuvillette asked me was, when did the fortress become so friendly towards the media? I told him that it was best not to speak too soon.
You're right.
Stay safe now. And...
Wow, guess we're here again, huh? There's a real nostalgia.
Looks like you've been missing us.
Duke! Did you come?
Of course. I'm here.
It's an honor to finally.
No need to thank me.
Of course, of course.
All right then, this way.
Hey, no need to be so. Miss Charlotte.
It would seem that Miss Lorvine doesn't want her.
Sir, please.
But it look.
No,
Now, I might not look it, but I at the boat that brought. Still, if I might add.
I have to apologize, but that ship is presently in the bowels of our factory.
Really?
You already know my answer, I'm afraid. Best you interview our head nurse instead. Or.
Did you really have to use the word? Well, then,
Is my hair messed up?
Things sure are getting pretty lively here. Oh, seems like everyone's here. Would any of you like to try?
Ah.
Hey, Miss Sure.
Sure. Sure. Do I have to smile? So, how have things been?
Same old, same old.
Other than that flying ship.
That's why I decided.
You're too kind.
I see. Lots of.
He sure did.
I'll tell them that there's.
Oh.
What change can there be? As to what Miss Farina's departure will mean for the nation, and if our laws and governance will be transformed, we'll leave them.
Hey, everyone. The photo shoot's done.
Good. In that case, let's call it a.
Thanks for your cooperation. Come on, Traveler, let's go.
There'll be a next time?
Maybe. Who knows? All right. Last stop, the docks. Navia mentioned that she stayed in.
Traveler, Paimon. Ah, and Miss Sharp.
Would you like a magic pocket?
What sort of gadget?
It's a wondrous
Trick a friend.
You could just make a friend like Fremine here. Isn't that right, Fremine?
To be honest, that sounds pretty sweet. Could I have...
You sure are working hard to help Fremine so...
He was the one who proposed doing this. He even wants to...
Yes, I was planning to first introduce...
That said, would anyone want to see a diver escape underwater?
Oh, it'll work out.
Lynette, could you...
Got it.
My, that Charlotte is rather perceptive. Father says that...
that's all right.
Oh, after Lady for...
A diplomatic...
Yes, I was quite surprised at first myself. It could have been done as an apology for the incident with Lord Child, or as thanks for his help in tying the all-devouring... Furthermore, Father did also... I would agree. I suspect you'll have...
But back to the...
They say that he's returned to Snezhnaya to recover from his wounds. I hear that the recent disaster really...
That's true. When you think about it, we've had loads of run-ins with the Fatui.
So shocked by such a simple switching of sides?
Father!
Well, what do you know? Come to the docks to see how my children are doing and meet the Traveler by chance. Please do not pay my accomplishments in Fontaine too much mind. I would have done them regardless.
Are you going to take the Gnosis back to Snezhnaya?
That is our duty as Harbingers, yes. Don't be too preoccupied with sides. The goal of the Fatui concerns not a single place or person, but the entire world. with such a grand switching my masks is something I've always done. Well, that depends on many things. No one truly knows what the future holds. What good is honesty? As for you, I very much look forward to our next collaboration. Good things cannot be achieved alone, and you've proved yourselves to be great partners. A vision? All right.
And that's a wrap for me. Huh? You...
Greetings, Miss Journalist.
Hello. If I'm not mistaken, there are diplomatic channels I'll need to report to take a photo of you.
That is correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a subject in your article. However, feel free to write as much as you'd like about our dear magicians and our upcoming rookie talent.
I would...
The sea breeze is quite pleasant.
Farewell, Father.
Oh, she has such an intimidating presence. I didn't even dare to take a picture. Thankfully, I've already wrapped up all my pre-scheduled interviews.
Don't be too nervous. Why don't you take a magic pocket before you go? Here, Traveler, Paimon.
To move things about?
That's right. I guess this must... All right, then.
Well, guess we sent Charlotte, huh? Shall we go see what Nicolette's doing?
Hey, we need to finish Fontaine's map. But first, could pee.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory?
Seems like the stories here never have a happy ending.
Every journey has its final day. Don't rush.
The entrance to the fortress! Ooh, he really is there! So, you really are here, Neverland! Paimon didn't think you were going to have free time this hour of the day.
Really? Oh, I suppose you must have met Mr. Linney. In any case, you came at a good time. I was just considering...
Aw, Paimon's glad... Alright, let's have it then. How was Fontaine
It is strange how words can often leave a bitter
Whoa. So that's what happened? Focalord destroyed the divine throne of the Hydro Archon and restored your power to you, transforming you into a fully fledged elemental dragon sovereign. But Paimon still doesn't quite get what you did to save the Fontainian.
For me, the authority of the ancient dragons refers to absolute control over the hydro element. Fontainians were incomplete humans born of Egeria's use of the power of the primordial sea, with constitutions similar to that of mimics. But so long as those primordial energies remain within them, I could use the ancient dragon's authority to grant them true blood, after the fashion in which life was first brought into being. In other words, when I gave my verdict, Fontainians became true humans, and thus would naturally no longer be dissolved by water.
Focalor must have counted on you to make that decision as well. Your verdict was the key to making the prophecy appear to have come true while saving everyone. Yeah, and in a manner of speaking, Focalor finally managed to fulfill the original Hydro Archon's wish to turn Oceanids into real...
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it. I have investigated his case along many avenues, and I have learned that he once fell into an unknown chasm when he was young. There, by chance, he awakened the all-devouring narwhal. But whether it be by sentiment or reason, that should not have been enough to consider him the root. As for the judgment passed by the Oratrice during the trial, whether it was due to that liability by association, or Focalor deliberately using him to buy time for us on the assumption...
Guess Focalor had Fontainians in mind the whole time. In the end, it was thanks to her... hang on a second. Back when Fontainians hadn't yet become real...
Life has always flowed like water. Do you recall how Fontainians would often come to the Fountain of Lucine to pray for children?
Yeah! Lynette said the fountain is where all the waters in Fontaine...
In truth, even those those Oceanids who were blessed within the spring water, would later descend as new humans in the...
Paimon sorta gets...
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Yeah, about that.
Ah, Lady Farina. The people are only aware that her death sentence has not been carried out. She abdicated the post of Hydro Archon and left affairs related to that title to me. I related Focalor's words to her faithfully and completely. After hearing them, she seemed neither saddened nor comforted. She simply said that she was tired and needed to rest. Having said that, she then packed her things and moved out of the opera house. Not unlike how an ordinary person might.
But she's still got...
You need not worry. I will make arrangements to ensure that she will not want for food, clothing, board, or travel. In truth, I am somewhat happy for her. The wear and tear on her spirit will, of course, take time to heal. But now that she no longer has to play the role of Focalor the Hydro Archon, she can finally lay down her burdens and leap.
What about you then? What are your plans now that you've regained your full powers as the Hydro...
After Focalor passed on, the Oratrice also ceased to function. This matter will directly affect our trials. After much careful consideration, I've decided to take over its role in our courts. From now on, I shall hear cases and pass verdicts by myself.
Looks like you're still considering stuff from the
As an elemental dragon, there are indeed many things that I must do. But this power, and this as such, before I attend to my other responsibilities, I must first and foremost continue to serve Fontaine as its highest judge. The duty of the Hydro Sovereign and the duty of the Iudex shall coexist within my person. Additionally, the Hydro Archon's departure has brought about another problem, which is that the Opera House shall no longer produce indemnitium.
That's true. That power was derived from the people's faith in the Hydro Archon, wasn't it? Wait, but the various mechs and machines in the city are all still okay. Where are they getting...
As I am now, I have full command over New Musia, and it can serve as a complete substitute. Another reason why I cannot quite leave Fontaine immediately.
Wow. This ancient dragon's authorities...
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Oh, that's right! They say you've given it to the knave as a diplomatic...
Leaving aside their intentionality, the two Fatui Harbingers have indeed done much for us. Their sole remaining goal in Fontaine, at least at this point, would seem to be... The Oratrice has ceased to function. The Hydro Archon's divine throne is now no more, and I do not need the Gnosis's power. As such, it has lost all meaning for Fontaine. If the Fatui have impure designs, then we might as well accede to their request now, and avoid unnecessary conflict.
What complicated considerations? Paimon thought you were just giving it to them out of gratitude to the knave and...
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it. You will soon be heading to Natlan, I presume. I'm afraid that I have little talent as a travel guide, so all I can do is tell you what I know about... As far as I'm aware, Natlan can be said to be a nation of dragons.
A nation of dragons? You mean like you?
No, I suspect that I would not find myself welcome there. Unlike ancient dragons such as myself, the dragons of Natlan have undergone long years of development and evolution. Large numbers of them have entered a form of coexistence with humanity. Natlan is also the nation of war. War ravages those lands like an undying flame. There is one other piece of information I got incidentally from my negotiations with the Knave that I believe may be useful to you. The Harbinger known as the Captain has thrown his hat into the endless ring of war.
The Captain. Sounds like a real tough customer. Seriously, everywhere you look, there's a Fatui Harbinger doing their thing.
I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before going to Natlan. In the meantime, ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Hang on a sec. Paimon's still got a question about the Gnosis. When we spoke to Linny earlier, he mentioned that your attitude towards giving away the Gnosis had clearly We guessed that there might be some reason for it that...
No wonder that. So regarding this specific issue, I was just getting ready to In truth, I exchanged some further words with that lady named Skirk after sending you two back to the surface. It went something like this.
Well, we're going to head topside to see what's going on. You hurry over...
What next?
The all-devouring narwhal isn't here, so I'm no longer getting any interference. I can finally catch the scent of your power, what it's made of. It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons, but with something very similar to a god's curse mixed in. It's quite a novel blend. I'm sure I've encountered something like this before. What was it again?
I do not know what you speak of.
Ah, of course. How could I forget? You should have the remains of the third Descender on your person, yes?
Remains? I've never heard of any such thing.
Huh. According to your parlance, I believe it may be called a gnosis.
Well, that much is true. After Focalor's divinity faded, she handed her gnosis to me. But I fear I have never heard of it described in the manner that you just did.
I've been training with my master, the Foul, ever since I was young, and I have never returned to the surface since. So most of the information I possess, I got from him. It is only natural for those who are greater than humanity to possess a different sort of common sense, which is why there are so many problems in our attempts to communicate with humans. Regardless, you should probably get rid of objects of misfortune to prevent any disasters from befalling you. To live in itself is a blessing. But once a person dies, the bonds he once had with this world shall all turn to curses.
What do you mean by that?
No need to fret. These are just my personal thoughts. And my reason for no longer wishing to return to the surface.
This third Descender you refer to, who are they? And when did they die?
Master never mentioned them to me. Perhaps it just wasn't that important for me to know. If you're interested, though, I could ask him. I'll be sure to pass the answer on to you next time.
Next time? You believe we will meet again?
I do. Wait. I have a disciple of my own, don't I? He can be the messenger, then.
That's what she told me.
The remains of... So that's what the Gnosis...
All the same, assuming that there was...
And she said that it would bring misfortune.
If she speaks the truth... I guess that you might already be familiar with this concept. That means that the Gnosis, which are exceedingly element-compatible and can even enhance elemental abilities, do indeed come from the third Descender. I wonder, does your body also possess similar properties?
Like being able to use elemental... No, let's not think about this stuff comparing the Traveler to the dead. That's what you say.
I too believe it unwise to make too many blind...
All right.
Yes.
But she sacrificed herself in the end as a god, and she suffered through all those years as a human.
I suppose that would be the mystery of a god's will. I suspect not. But once in a while, I too would guess that if wishes were like the cloud, life flows like... And what ultimately? It seems from your expressions that you still have... Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it. I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before going to Natlan.
Commissions? Specifically one with a huge more attack, perhaps? Paimon's just being...
Actually,
don't worry.
to put it simply, the requester is looking for a temporary replacement actress for their musical. The original cast, but the troupe has also been experiencing some... That's right. There are only a few days left until the performance.
Got it. Oh, this one's a doozy. What do you think? Even if we took the commission, neither of us...
If you're interested in helping, maybe you can't fill the role yourselves.
Oh, it's that guy, huh? Hello there. Are you the guy looking for a new actress?
Wait, I know you two!
Wow. But to...
I see. If we can't find someone to step in, all our sets and props, if we had a way to make this...
Disband? You're splitting up...
Oh. I guess the lady at the Adventurers Guild didn't tell it. One last show. Nobody wants things to just... fizzle. Yeah, the show just won't be the same with...
Got it. We have a clear... what if...
Please, there's no need to go that far. I wouldn't feel right asking such a huge favor. And I can't promise that we'd ever be able to pay you back.
Good point. We should find someone who will put on the best performance possible. Oh, wait! What about... you? That she's really good at performing, and she was once super popular with the crowd.
Who are you thinking of? Sounds like someone famous. Her! You're...
Nope. Paimon doesn't actually know if she's performed on stage before, but Paimon's pretty confident.
You're not wrong there. She has actually performed in a number of big-name shows before. They were one of the But even if she's no longer the Hydro Archon, it's not like she's suddenly a commoner. She's still an idol to many people in Fontaine, including myself. I just think Lady... Well, yes. Fair enough. I'm sure everyone... Of course.
No point in stressing. Besides, things are different now. There's no...
Thank you for your help.
Wait, where does Farina actually live nowadays? She used to live in luxury at the Palais Mermonia, but she's
As it happens, I have her current address here. I can provide it to you. I came over when things were starting to sound more promising. It is my duty to support
Thank you, ma'am.
Well, now that we've got the address... Did Catherine really give us the right address? She lives here? Not that there's anything wrong with this place, it's just, a bit of a step down from the Palais Mermonia.
You know, it's common courtesy to make sure the homeowner isn't an earshot when you're denigrating their abode.
Ah! Okay, when did popping out of thin air become all the rage? First Catherine and now you?
I was just out on a shopping trip. I ran out of macaroni, so I went to grab a few more bags. I used to have a much wider range of choices when it came to food. But now I'm finding that simple, traditional home cooking can be quite delicious too. Not at all. As long as you have different kinds of...
Oh, sounds like you're really struggling to cope.
How rude! Questioning my cooking skills. The audacity! It's not like I have a very eventful life these days. Actually, I barely leave the house. So, besides, I'm sure I could master dishes like la lettre focilor or blubber profiteroles in no time.
Ah, there it is. You don't know how to cook.
Not yet, maybe, but... Anyway, what are you even doing here? I do hope you didn't come here just to ogle at my fall from grace. Let me first be clear that I'm not taking guests at this time. So if you're just here to clown around, then please be on your way. Shoo!
Sorry! We're sorry! Please don't be mad! Yeah, exactly! What the Traveler said! Paimon wasn't trying. Hang on a sec, you weren't exactly holding back either.
My help? Well, maybe you're forgetting...
Don't worry, it's nothing that serious.
Oh? Well, if that's the case, then... So tell me, what I see. I knew you after all. I was... But, given the present circumstances...
How come? It sounds like this...
True. But I have made... Although I am no longer required to play the role of the Hydro Archon, the time I spent inhabiting that character has left an indelible mark on me. Centuries of pretending to be a different person changes you completely. I'm not the same person I once was. Of course, that can't be undone now. It's too late. And I have no but at least I can say that I no longer desire...
Paimon can understand, but this is just a one-off part to...
Whether it's a one-off or not, it's a boundary that I've committed to no longer... If I make an exception to the rule now, I'm just leaving a back... So I'm not going to perform.
Okay, guess there's no convincing you. Well, is there anything else we can do to help out the troupe? Otherwise, do you know any other actors who might be in—
Nope.
Short and to the point. Okay.
I've never been great at maintaining relationships, since I'm just an ordinary person now. They'll probably just laugh in my face if I go asking them for help. True, but...
Well...
Have I not...
It's alright, Farina. Yeah, I guess that's...
Toodle...
It's too bad, but we have to respect Farina's decision. Maybe the thought of performing brings up too many painful memories now. Huh? What's going on? Are they arguing?
That's besides the point. I'll ask you again. Why did you start looking for a replacement without my consent?
You didn't need to say it. We've known each other for...
And that gives you the right to make a decision.
Shortly after you left, the troupe's lead actress came to the Adventurers Guild. She believes that she's healthy enough to perform. Excuse me, but can you both take a moment to discuss something else for now? The adventurer assigned to your—
Sorry, I was just dealing with the...
Sadly, it's a no from her.
I see. Well, circumstances. You see, our leading lady has just informed me that...
Oh, right! Sounds like everything... Yeah, she'd be livid. We'd get this...
Jeez, is Lady Farina really so harsh with people?
Only joking, calm down. So, guess we can consider this case closed despite the fact that we failed to complete the commission.
Look, this is the last chance we have, though. So...
Yes, I'm complete. I share everyone's desire to... Every one of us.
You're right.
All's well that ends well. Sounds like the show will go on. Sure.
Hey, how did you... I was just passing by because I realized I forgot a couple... All right, I'm coming.
Farina? Didn't you...
I was just ever so slight when you came to talk with me earlier, and all before I even had a full grasp of the situation. I'm sorry, Paimon.
Oh, it's totally fine. Paimon...
You really have a knack for asking. I felt very sheepish. But in any case, it sounds like the issue has already been resolved.
Yeah. When they said they were gonna ask for your help, I almost had a heart attack.
There's no need to think like that, and no need to keep addressing me as... I was wondering, if this troupe is so important to all of you, why, if the difficulties are purely financial, then there must be a solution. You could put the shows on pause while you look for a sponsor, for instance. Everyone seems so devoted to the troupe. I'm sure if you keep chipping away, you'll find a way through.
We all want to believe that, but some things are just... Everything's been going downhill ever since we lost our director. She was the heart and soul...
Her name was O'Reilly, and she was the founder as well as the
What?
That's actually how I recognized these two. It was all thanks to their efforts that...
She was a loyal fan of your performances, Miss Farina. They were what first inspired her to get into musical theater. She rallied many people. People loved our performances.
And then disaster.
Yeah. None of us know anything about script. It's agonizing.
Oh.
What a terrible waste. A gifted artist from humble beginnings, which I suppose it's fair to say then that this final show, besides being your farewell to this...
Yes, exactly.
Well, good thing I followed the Traveler here. After hearing this...
Farina?
I know what you're thinking, but I by no means plan to cross the boundary I've set for myself. Besides, I can, however, provide some artistic guidance from the vantage point of a highly experienced audience member, but only if you feel this is something that would help, of course.
Oh, most definitely.
We unfortunately don't have any budget for a consultant, though. Will that be a problem?
I don't need any compensation. All I'd ask in return, if you're willing, is that you tell me some more about the life and work of your late director. Something I've begun to realize since my the law only... What about all the unresolved and interest take part?
So you just want to get...
No. Would you be willing to join me?
Thank you all so much. Our director... All right, follow... Huh? Lady Farina?
What's Lady Farina doing here?
Hello all. Allow me to explain. As of today, Miss Farina will be supporting our production. These two over here are the ones that made it possible. They kindly reached out to Miss Farina.
You bet! That was the trial of—
You helped bring our director's murderer to justice. We can't—
Oh, please don't mention it. We're just here to join in on the fun.
So, you were saying?
Yeah, that's the name of our final show. It's an unfinished script left behind. One of our greatest regrets is that she never got to complete it. So, if we can bring it to the stage and make it a success—
Wait, but if it's not finished—
Yeah, we've been battling issues on every front. The protagonist of the story is a young Oceanid who transforms herself into human form. Despite the protests of her family, she longed to live just like— But one day—
So far, so good.
That's one of the issues we've been trying to deal with. Unfortunately, this was as far as the director got with her. We need a proper ending so we can bring this musical to the stage.
we still haven't decided between a happy—
By true to life, you mean...
Yeah, like they say, truth is strange. But then there's the question of whether we really want to use...
Exactly. A lot of the time, people come to watch a show just hoping for some— And one last. The first is Paulo, who plays the protagonist's lover. The other is Villemont. He did write to us, promising that he'll be there for the—
Although, now that we have Miss Farina helping us, maybe we should take—
What opportunity?
Maybe you're unaware, but your name has always been like a rallying cry for us.
Our director was constantly singing your praises. All of us look up to you as a role—
Oh, stop. You're making me all flustered. I suspect the reason they're dragging their feet is that they have their doubts about whether the show will really go ahead. But one by one, all the obstacles are being removed.
Makes sense. Okay, priority number 1. Let's check in with Paulo and see where he's— He went back to Poisson.
I thought the last thing—
Yeah, maybe—
Poisson? Nothing. I suppose my present... So, allons-y. To put...
If I remember correctly, this is where he's staying.
Who is it?
It's me.
You came all the way here for...
All right. Forget that for now. Just come on out. We've got some great news.
Nice try. Look, just give me some time.
Okay, then.
So, as expected, he's...
The ending is even once he's done, it is...
Someone told me they'd just seen you in Poisson. I assumed it was a case of mistaken identity, but sure enough, here you are. And Farina, too.
I was wondering if we might run into her.
So, you're here for Paolo? Looks like he could be a while, so feel free to
Oh, it's okay. We can just wait here.
Thank you for being so considerate, Miss Navia. That sounds wonderful. We'll take that stroll. Get over here, you! How oblivious are you?
How are things in Poisson now? Any better?
Things are on the mend, but it's a slow process.
So I'm sorry to hear that.
Please, must our conversations take such... We all have painful memory, and if you're trying to make a new start, perhaps it's best if you don't bring up the past all the time.
Thank you for your words of comfort. You make a very good point. But for now, at least, I think I should stay with the way I'm feeling for a while longer.
It's okay. These things take time. Moving on from a painful experience is easier said than done. Which brings me to why I'm here. I thought you should probably know that not everyone here is ready to forgive and forget after the Hydro Archon's inaction in the face of catastrophe. To avoid upsetting the peace, I told the townspeople that everyone here is a member of the theater troupe, and that you are just an actress playing the role of Farina. It's not a perfect solution, but hopefully it means you won't have to lie low while you're here.
That's so thoughtful of you.
Well, what do you expect? Anyway, that was all. Look after her now.
Off we go then. Let's take a look up. I don't have any friends that I can be frank and honest with, so maybe she's... I'm so grateful that Miss Navia was so understanding. To be perfectly honest, I didn't know if I was ready to... It's always easiest to just run away from your problems.
So that's why you were nervous?
Yeah. I'd be lying if I said... Still, I felt it was something I had to do. As I was saying before, I'd be overjoyed if the... Yeah, I can tell people are watching me. I'm sure some people here see the idea of someone coming to Poisson dressed as the Hydro Archon as extremely disrespectful. I used to be terrified of the gaze of other... I guess...
I'm not surprised you're making yourself go through all of this.
I can't let my...
Look! There seems to be a crowd gathering over there.
Probably time we made a move. How about we check out Spina di Rasula's ship? We should have a view.
Behold! Too slow. Quit following me. The wind rises.
I'm sorry. You probably just wanted a relaxing stroll. And here I am dumping all this heavy stuff on you.
We don't mind. It's actually refreshing.
Great. Well, I appreciate your company, so please don't disappear just yet. I don't know whether you can tell, but the years of suffering and loneliness aren't the only reason I have a hard time facing up to who I used to be. As I stand here by the ship, I can't get the images of the rising water out of my mind. One after another, people were taken by the water. All those treasured lives and memories washed out of existence in an instant. They thought their god would protect them. They had absolute faith that when disaster struck, a divine power would save them from harm. And all the while, I played my part to perfection to convince them that was true. But then the floodwaters finally came, and the Hydro Archon did nothing.
You shouldn't look at it like that. You were only doing your duty.
I've had to go through so many moments like that for the sake of protecting the truth. As time went on, it got harder and harder to bear, and I became more lonely and isolated. Eventually, I realized I had nothing left except the truth. I became terrified of completely failing in my task, and was haunted by the thought of being left all alone, weeping on my throne. Fortunately, we were able to avoid the worst-case scenario thanks to the help of heroic individuals such as yourselves. Everyone rose to their responsibilities, and I finally regained my freedom. But on some level, freedom also means no longer being needed. I have no further use to people.
Paimon would have never imagined you'd see it that way.
A reward? I guess so. Back then, I didn't even dare to dream about having some. I was scared of someone recognizing me for who I truly was, and exposing the secret I swore to believe in the Farina you see on stage. She is the one you can trust. I had to keep all my feelings, all my curiosity. That's what I really meant.
So that's where you were coming.
Could you please get off my case? I don't know what's gotten into you today. I do. I once had nothing but the truth, and now I'm final. At least the choice is in. All right, it's about.
Sure. Okay, let's head back and check it out.
Swollen Fury!
Didn't you say you needed to watch what you eat? You're supposed to be cutting down on
Come on. It's not every day we get to dine at. Anyway, my character doesn't need to be slim and good-looking. That's your job.
Are you kidding me right now? It's not your character's health I'm worried about. I've spent my whole life battling the effects of ill health, and it kills me to watch.
Oh no, looks like they're... We're back! Could you maybe put your differences aside for a moment?
Ah, you're back. We've been enjoying Spina di Rosula's VIP treatment in your stead. Paulo's nearly done. We shouldn't have to wait.
Great! So you were discussing your characters, right?
Me?
He was originally supposed to take the form of a crane, but he outgrew that role.
The boar's not a bad character, actually. He's the one who raises the little Oceanid, yes?
That's right. He has some pretty memorable lines, too. Like when he imparts some solemn words of wisdom to the little Oceanid. If you become human, you can reveal your secret to no one. You will face suffering and loneliness. Is this truly what you want?
Wait, that sounds kind of familiar.
It's the most important line in the whole script. I think it's a symbolic statement about our director's life and legacy. She kept quiet about all. It was only after she was gone that we realized how tough her job really was.
You mentioned earlier that the troop is like your home.
Yeah. I was born with an incurable illness, and once my family found out it couldn't be treated, they decided they didn't want me anymore. I spent some years taking whatever work I could find, and trying to manage my illness with various medicines. But whenever I had a bad flare-up, I'd be lying in an alleyway for days at a time. It was like that until the director found me one day. She told me I had a great voice and asked if I was interested in studying singing from her. I said yes. She took me under her wing, taught me to both sing and act, helped me find Mora for my meds, took care of me when my condition decided to flare up. I know it was all a huge burden on her.
She sounds like a really incredible person.
She really was. She gave everything she had to her troupe and the people in it. All of us were so proud to call her our director. I was a lost child too when she found me. As the child of a murderer, my parents weren't around when I was little, so I got sent to an orphanage. The other kids were always picking fights with me. They'd say things like, "Come on, you must be pretty tough if you're the son of a murderer." It was just to taunt me, though. I was an easy target, and they knew it. One day...
Let me guess.
Yeah. For the first time in my life, I was somewhere I felt safe.
The day you hoped would never come.
Oh, you're finally done? Get your butt over here.
Farina? The Farina? Oh my god, how did you manage to wrangle that?
Please, the honor.
Same here!
Even so, this is just... Oh, wow. I'm sorry. Yes, the script, of course. Let me give you a rundown. I'm sure you're already familiar with the beginning of the story. A little Oceanid, she finds love and friendship in the The people start to notice that all the fresh... The little Oceanid, Cleo, in the end, they discover that all the waste...
Consciousness? You mean the water is sentient?
Water as a conscious entity. There's actually quite a few stories that explore this theme.
Since the little Oceanid is a water spirit, she immediately understands how the water is feeling. She then tells her the crisis. Her lover accepts her for who she is, and works with her to find a way to bring the water back. However, unbeknownst to them, the little Oceanid is accused of being directly responsible for driving the water away, and faces the greatest dilemma of her life.
And then?
In the end, she makes the brave decision to sacrifice herself to save her lover, and the rest of humanity.
Huh? But didn't they all treat Cleo like a villain? Why would she want to save them after that?
Well, she mainly wanted to save her lover, plus everyone who'd stood up for her.
Through her love for her human partner, she was able to find an even greater love, one that extended to all of humanity. Surely the biggest strength of Cleo's character.
There's actually something else that bothers me. You know the protagonist is supposed to represent the director, right? And she never had the chance to become a hero in our world. If we're serious about dedicating this show to her memory, we should make the ending as true to life as possible. What about if the little Oceanid is hounded to death by people who hate her, her lover makes sure her secret never gets out, and humanity continues down the path to extinction?
That sounds like too cruel of an ending to me. And perhaps a little irresponsible to present to the audience.
That ending would be a perfect mirror to Director Aureli's death, both arbitrary and meaningless. On the day when she went missing, Director Aureli had instructed us all, somewhat out of the blue, to leave the court of Fontaine and wait for her outside the city. We waited and waited at the rendezvous point, but she never came. By the time we returned to the city, she disappeared without a trace. We looked for her. The Gardamex looked for her, but she was nowhere to be found. Increasingly, all the signs seemed to point to her being the latest victim in the serial disappearances case.
The director was the kindest soul in the world, yet she was senselessly sacrificed for the sake of a so-called experiment by someone who had nothing to do with her at all.
But doesn't the way she suddenly told you to leave the city suggest that maybe she had some sense of what was about to happen? It almost seems as if she was moving you to safety.
I've been trying to follow up on that ever since, but all my efforts so far have turned up nothing. Villemont might know something, but he won't open up to me.
Villemont? The one who's playing the role of the villain?
Yeah. He's been overwhelmed by grief. I think the director's death hit him hardest of all.
Grief? Guilt, more like. Also, I have a hard time imagining that anyone took it harder than me. Because, well, speaking of the play being true to life, I was deeply, madly in love with Aurelie.
What? You kept that one quiet.
It's time to be upfront with you all. No more keeping secrets from each other. We'll never be able to agree on the ending if we can't be honest about how we feel. I did tell her how I felt once, but she turned me down pretty much straight away. She said that we were all like brothers and sisters to her, and she'd never considered us as potential romantic partners. Not that it came as a shock or anything. It was what I was expecting to hear. So I told her I'd always be there for the troupe, and I'd always be there for her. I said, maybe one day in the future, when everyone's settled into their own lives and on the up and up, and managing the troupe no longer required her constant attention, well, maybe then she could reconsider what she really wanted in her life. And now, that day will never come.
Oh, Paulo.
So if I'm the one writing this ending, then I'm gonna make sure it does right by Aurelie. I won't let anyone get in the way of that.
In that case, you have to straighten things out with Villemont once and for all, face to face. We've all had our differences of opinion over the ending, but those two have never seen eye to eye on anything. One of them has to compromise if we're ever going to reach a final decision.
Well, if that's where we're at, looks like it's time to go visit Villemont.
Are you ready to face the truth?
Honestly, I'm slightly terrified. But for the sake of our final performance, I'll do whatever it takes. Funny you should ask, though. You really do get what I'm going through right now.
I certainly do. Come on, everyone. Allons-y!
There's no such thing as pure freedom in this world. Relax. Relax. Too slow. The wind rises.
This is tough going. Delphi, are you sure you can manage in your condition?
I could ask you the same question. Try to keep up.
without a roadblock.
Don't worry. We should all be fine with the Traveler here. Wait, why are you all looking at me?
We're just curious, that's all.
Yeah, but don't you remember why? The Hydro Archon willingly gave up all her power so it could be converted into Indemnitium. Miss Farina said so herself.
Precisely. As much as it pains me, unfortunately, I should just stay put. I'm more like a...
That sounded so smug. Ugh, secondhand embarrassment is unbearable.
C'est la vie, indeed.
Aww. Too...
Sorry to leave...
Don't worry, piece of...
Too slow.
Teamwork is dreamwork!
I see everything.
Squall Fury!
You dare to gaze upon me?
Strike a pose! Everybody stand back!
Everyone hold hands.
Bravo! Good show! You certainly live up to your reputation.
Yeah, thank you. Anyway, the path is cleared now, so onwards and upwards.
Quit following me. Vilma, are you...
Huh? Oh, it's you guys. Wait.
I can explain. We...
So, you think knowing the truth about the director's disappearance will... I care just as much as if I open this can of worms now. Vilma, avoiding the truth will not help anyone. Unless you mean to suggest that Aurelie's death had... I don't want to talk about it. Listen, Vilma. I used to think that my love for Aurelie was a point of shame, but now, the little OC... As you all know already, the troop we took on So, anyway, one day it seemed like a win. The drink in question was... synth.
Isn't that the drink peddled by the culprit behind the serial disappearances case?
I freaked out, but she didn't. The merchant would. I was going to sort it out, but I admit this whole thing was my mistake. I didn't dare to tell any of you the truth back then, and after the... Yeah.
Hey, don't...
What do you mean? You were afraid? This was a life and death situation. We could have saved her. How could you be so...
Please, try not to get too...
Yeah, listen to him.
Stay calm, and he has the gall to try and high road us, claiming that he kept his mouth All I can say, I'm just a coward who made an awful, terrible mistake that I can never take back in my life. Get out of my sight. Go, get lost.
That's enough! You've screamed and shouted at each... Can you stop conflating the show on stage with your real-life relationships in the troupe? You keep saying that you want to use this final performance to pay tribute to your director and celebrate her life. How can you do that if you're just using it as an excuse to vent your own emotion?
I'm sorry.
On stage, the lead role is the focal point of the audience's attention. But in her own mind, what she wanted was to build a... I understand.
Yeah.
So think hard if you really hate each other, but you can't bring... What are you laughing at?
Sorry, I didn't mean it that way. It's just that... For a moment there... If she'd seen Paulo and Vilmont at each other...
Really? But she sounded like such a
Of course she was.
I'm true.
It's all right.
So...
Clearly, everyone needs to take us. The end of the story needs to focus...
What do you mean?
The Traveler is right. If you could find anything...
You really think that's...
I trust that...
No.
Well...
Come, let's...
Too slow. Huh. Behold!
Taking so long.
Too slow. Quit following me.
You want to review some recovered art. Still, since you were the one.
So,
Hey! It's full of script.
let me take a look. Looks like she kept it detailed. If we'd had the chance...
Lachey took...
I guess O'Reilly... wait. Her handwriting here gets patchier and more... Her final words are... I'll let you read them for yourself.
She was so terrified.
She may have been a mighty hero in the eyes. I can't bear to think how painful... wait. If you become...
Isn't that the most important line?
Because I...
Oh!
So she didn't regret her decision. I'm sure this... She had their utmost trust. Let's go.
Squall and Fury.
She deserves a
even in the last.
She did her best. We know what choice.
I will channel all. I won't ask for.
Really? How can you be so sure when you've never...
Don't underestimate my experience. If you want to move and aren't, I don't believe anybody could be more committed to bringing...
Thank you for the...
Then, let's not...
Actually, before that, I'd like to during the curtain call...
Huh? But then...
After all, this role besides...
Well...
All right. I'll...
Procure a stage?
Oh,
that place?
Whoa, wait.
No. That's never going to work.
What are you afraid of? Surely you don't...
No, the...
It is supposed to be your grand finale.
I'll take your silence as a yes. Thank you for giving us this
Well, then don't disappoint me. If you mess this up... Come on. We'll need to get the go-ahead from Nervi...
Rises.
Hey, look at that. Looks like I guessed right.
You were just guessing?
I knew you'd be here.
I'm here merely for a short break. It has been a while, Miss Farina. And you too—
I would like to book the Opera Epiclese for...
I understand. The process for booking the Opera Epiclese is complex and can be somewhat cumbersome. But given that the request is coming from the three of you, I see the story of the little Ocean. I will say, however, that I am surprised to see—
What do you...
Yes. And this is the first time that I've seen you like this.
At first, I just felt in the past. Maybe it's
I am truly now that you've regained.
Why?
Well, if the little the experiences and decisions of the protagonist Cleo, it would truly be.
Haven't I already? Nor do I. This experience,
I see. I sincerely hope.
Thanks, Nerva.
You are very.
everyone. Thanks to my eloquent and impassioned speech, Monsieur we've had to fight. A touching story. Now,
this is...
The sooner we can feel... Molly and I just went over some parts of the script and tweaked...
Wow,
Communication is vital to any good...
It's amazing. Even though...
Please feel free to give us any...
Hey, Loic, get...
Cursed Cleo. She stole the waters of life from us. She's a fraud, and she must pay for her crimes.
This has nothing to do with...
This guy could...
Leave this place, oh little OC...
Everyone's really throwing them... If only...
What should we do? It's almost time...
Hey, what's going on? Oh no, not again.
They've been getting less and less effective over time. I've had to keep increasing...
What? I thought they...
I figured...
How could you do this
I'm sorry.
You...
Miss Farina? Say no more. If you're sick, Loic, your character has no more scenes.
Oh, yeah, I think...
Please take Delphi back to her place to rest.
Thank you, Miss
Never mind. No one likes regret. Leave it to me. I've watched you rehearse.
I do not doubt your... What in you...
It's her pure heart, despite all...
Well said. I leave direct...
Here yet?
Will she get here?
She's not coming!
You're wrong. She's here.
Si je pouvais vivre dans l'eau, le monde serait-il plus beau? Me pardonneras-tu, ô chère mère? L'eau dans son courant fait danser nos vies, et la cité est nourrie, ainsi que toi, mon doux amour.
But what about your wish?
My... wish...
Become human. You can reveal your secret to no one. You will face suffering and loneliness. Is this truly what you want?
Is it just me? Or was that Lady Farina on the stage just now?
She hasn't been seen for a while now, and she just appears out of nowhere? Gotta say, though, her acting skills are as superb as ever.
The little Oceanid, Cleo, played by Aurélie Fumont.
Wait, that's not her name. What's going on?
I don't know. Maybe it's just...
I've spent a lot of time out of the spotlight. It's too bad that I had to break the one. Still, it felt good.
Finally, we would like to give a special thanks to our artistic consultant and event coordinator, Miss Farina.
Hey, that's not what we agreed on.
Oh, she's back.
Honestly, what is he doing? He should have run that by me first.
All right, calm down. After all,
Yes,
It's no big deal.
Oh, yeah?
Well, this is a great chat. Paimon flew over to...
Oh. I've got no idea what happened there either. But hey, it worked pretty well, didn't it? I'll bet the audience has never seen such...
wait, what about Dolphy?
Oh, let's go check on her
Yes. Plus, if nothing else...
Squall and Fury.
Ah, you're back. She's doing okay. Her condition stabilized after taking some of her original
How did the performance go?
You'll be glad to know it was fit.
That's wonderful. I'm so sorry.
No, don't worry. Even though you couldn't...
I've had bad luck.
Blaming your bad luck.
Oh, don't you...
Aw, you...
You mean we never...
So, any plans for after the brilliant performance? You could capitalize on the rave review.
No.
Yeah. It's what...
After all that's happened, I should give you guys some space.
Hey, don't just walk off.
I still want to keep performing, so I might join another troupe. After watching Miss Farina's performance, I think I'm
Oh, so what about you, Miss Farina?
Well, frankly, I think a return to obscurity is no longer an option for me. I'm sure a slew of consultancy requests will hound me wherever. You rather sealed my fate there with your special thanks at the end of the show.
sorry.
It's quite all right. No need. Maybe Nervilette was right. Maybe Cleo is the right role. I still don't wish to pretend to be someone else. Yeah. But from now on, I want to watch them blossom. I'm sure.
Sounds like you're ready. The more you get out into the world, the more...
If a vision is a gift from the gods, then I should do my... It's ironic, and now that the gods have given me their blessing, it actually is.
Okay, that is it.